Бонжур, хату интеллигенция. Серия хрен его знает какая. Продолжаем Dragonfall. Продолжаем English Reading Class. Without any accent. Значит, надо намутить деньжат. При этом пособирал деньжат с компуктора. И теперь могу приобрести дронов, которыми могу приносить пользу своей команде. А не только бегать с кулака, бить по 4 урона. Это, мне кажется, самое важное. Самое важное — это приносить пользу в бою. Вне боя и так приносил. Так, значит, что у нас тут? Тут можно взять новую работу. Так, ага. Kristen, here you will find the complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Schmidt, a potential client. As you will see, the details of the job are a bit more vague than I would like, but the payout is quite substantial. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified, and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. One other thing, Herr Schmidt provided me with a device to assist you on the run. He calls it Little Black Box. Apparently, it can be used to compromise the power and security systems on the run site. If you opt to take the job, be sure to take it with you. Фига себе, можно мне такое на каждый забег компромайзить security? Greetings, Herr Amsel. I trust that this connection is secure. Naturally, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Call me Herr Schmidt. Very well, Herr Schmidt. You have some business for me? Indeed. I have a job for your team, a simple matter. Judged by what I have heard of your team, I imagine that they will be well suited to the task. Go on. The interests that I represent have learned that AG Chemi Europa is working on a company-wide project, something very secret, very new. Reliable sources inform me that they are keeping a working prototype of this new venture at their Berlin facility. I see, and your employers wish us to acquire this prototype for them, naturally. What is this project? If you want my team to grab the prototype for you, they'll need to know what they're looking for. I'm not at liberty to say. I can tell you that the prototype has been branded MKVI. I can also tell you that your team will find it on the 25th floor of the Berlin facility in the office of one Albrecht Haushofer. Further, I can assist your team in disabling building security and gaining access to the 24th floor. From there, however, they will be on their own. Such vagueness can be dangerous, Herr Schmidt. I will not commit my team to a run without better understanding of what the job entails. Facing such dangers is the purpose of Shadowrunner, Herr Amsel. Your team will be rewarded handsomely for their services. My employers have set aside 20,000 new yen for the job. Consider it hazard pay if you wish. Make it 25 or look somewhere else. 22,500 final offer. Very well, I will pass your offer to my team. Are there any further details that you can provide? Haushofer's office will be locked behind the vault door. The lock is old-fashioned, of the mechanical variety. I will provide your team with a copy of the key. I will also supply you with Little Black Box, a solid-state device that your team can use to override a variety of building systems. Your team will enter through the facility's underground garage. When your team has acquired the MKVI, have them exit through the same garage. I will have a van there waiting to extract them. Thank you, Herr Schmidt. I will pass your offer to my team. Good day, Haramsel. Конечно, accept. Run accepted, client notification sent. You take the little black box from the desk and pocket it before returning your attention to the screen. Как будто у меня на самом деле есть варианты. Мне надо нахоботить деньги. И как бы вариантов особо нету. Надо их мутить. Надо, соответственно, браться за задание. Единственное, что мне непонятно, это сколько мне в итоге еще собирать надо, потому что стоит общая отметка в 50 тысяч, и нету никакого счетчика, который показывал бы, сколько уже отправилось на счет и сколько осталось дособирать. Так, снайперша. Что у нас снайперша? Снайпер Rifle Ability. Игнорирует броню. 2 очка. КД 5. Хз. Shotgun Ability. Так. Снимает броню. Мне кажется, лучше на шотган брать. Просто потому что со снайперки и так вваливаешь с большого расстояния обычной билкой. Там не надо броню прожигать. Да еще и за 2 очка. А вот шотган пойдет. Так, ты у нас что? Болт. Так, выкидывает из укрытия, либо дополнительный армор. Пусть будет это. Ты у нас что? Пистолетная атака сразу на 4 противников, либо по лезвиям. Нет, пистолетная атака. И этот челик на самом деле по барабану, он никогда со мной не будет ходить в рейды. Но что-нибудь да возьмем. Забавно, конечно, получается. Чувак никуда не ходит, ничем не занимается. При этом получает все плюшки, как и те, кто ходит на каждый забег. Но, с другой стороны, с точки зрения геймдизайна, это и правильно. Чтоб ты не проседал. Так, значит, я могу приобрести максимальную штуку на 5 программ. И могу приобрести дроны класса А. Теперь вопрос. У меня, значит, на 4 программы. И куда я могу вложиться? В интеллект могу вложиться. Там вроде как никаких бонусов не светит. Здесь никаких бонусов. Я уже могу эквипить то, что тут продается. И класс S дронов. Но этих дронов опять-таки в магазине нету. Вот как бы и стоит ли. Ладно, пока ничего тогда не буду брать. Тогда пробуем купить пару дронов. Дроны класс А, класс А. Сайбердеки, 5, программы. Эти я смотрю вообще без апа по уровню. Так, аутфит. +1 интеллект, +1 декинг. +1 интеллект, +1 дрон комбат. +1 декинг, +1 дрон комбат. Наверное, декинг и дрон комбат. Еще и на 1 армор больше. Итого 10 тысяч. Еще можно программу 2-го уровня. И еще одну программу. Так, теперь это мы надеваем. Дальше. Это мы снимаем. Это мы берем на 5 программ. Так, и что тут можно продать? Значит, эту фиговину мы продаем. Раз, два, три, 4. Это продаем. Ну, теперь можно выдвигаться на дело. Так, или стоп. Или там надо было в этой менюшке выбрать себе, что я дронов собираю. А, нет, все. Сейчас я это делаю. Full. Блин, всего... А, это получается дрон, это оружейный слот. Медкитс и гранаты. Firepower давай. Ага. Надо тогда посмотреть, может какая-то обилка позволит взять дополнительный слот на оружие. Сейчас дронов, наверное, качну. Харизма, спирит саммонинг. Так, боди. Нет. Максимум для дварвов. Нет, это не интересно. О, вот. Additional weapon slot. Вот это мне надо будет качнуть. Но это надо будет качнуть. Хотя можно и сейчас, чтобы не забыть. Вот так. А здесь дрон комбат. Дрон комбат, хорошо. Здесь, конечно, я уже не поменяю эту штуку. Да, не поставлю. Не поставлю дополнительного дрона. Ладно, хрен с ним. И без дрона жили. И ничего было. Так, что у нас тут? These crates have been sealed. The only visible marking are Project Atlas. Интересный проект. Медкит, хорошо. After a few moments of sifting through cables, you find a diagnostic connector with the right input to fit the little black box that Herr Schmidt gave you. Plug in the little black box. The connector slips into the box with a satisfying click. A teeny red light set into the box lid begins flashing. After a few seconds, it turns solid yellow and then finally shifts to green. At that instant, all of the lights in the garage turn off. A few seconds later, the emergency lightning kicks in. If what Schmidt told you was true, you're just killed the main power for most of the building. In theory, the box has also circumvented the security cameras on the building's upper floors. You should be able to intercept the camera feeds by tapping into an elevator console on the 24th floor. Handy little thing. Alright, Tim, let's go. Так, и куда мы go? Где лифт? Aegir indicates a console built into a wall beside the elevator. This looks like the elevator console. The camera feed should have been routed here. It only takes a moment to connect your PDA and immediately visual feeds from all over the building begins to flood in. Alright, now let's find a way upstairs. Нифига себе. Сисуриту. Сисуриту. А много там этих сисуриту? Дронов нигде у нас нету каких-то охранных, которых можно было бы нахоботить себе на службу. О, кто-то помер. Так, ну это все интересно, конечно. Большое здание. Большое здание. Ну окей, пойдем тогда на юго-запад. В самом конце уже пойдем к охране. Лучше их заранее не тревожить. Что у нас тут за консолика? A warning light strobes out from the console at your approach. Large white letters shriek out against a red background. Warning, toxic containment detected. COC-12. Phosgene gas. Hazardous material override engaged. Laboratory entrances locked down. Окей. Биотека у меня нету. Disengage lockdown. Can disengage. Так, purge. Venting of containments to exterior atmosphere. Level 5 authorization required. Погнали. The distant whir of a powerful fan system clears the air. Papers and other loose objects within the lab begin to flutter and roll as a powerful wind disturbs their rest. Atmosphere purged. No containments detected. Disengage and lockdown. Чудно. Так, disengage lockdown на всякий случай. Отлично. Подождите, там же еще есть какие-то опции. Так. Introduce agent. Access substance library. Не в том отделении. Хорошо. Пойдем дальше. The scientist lays dead beside a small pile of smashed glass, and a number of beakers have been knocked over the nearby table. Короче, пацан сам все сделал. Джаз. Джаз — это какой-то бустер боевой. Аптечка. Записочка. On the counter is a note, carefully transcribed in neat handwriting. The paper bears the letterhead of Senior Executive Leonard Stomberg. I'm still waiting for the reports. When I said ASAP, I meant I needed it yesterday. Stay until you've completed the tests, then leave the report on my desk. The door code is 54139. Do this tonight. I'll expect to see it waiting for me when I arrive tomorrow. Какой тиран и деспот на работе. Так, что у нас тут с терминалом? This computer is powered on, but in sleep mode. When the screen comes to life, you find a half-written text file on the screen. The timestamp on the most recent edit tells you that it was written just a few minutes ago. I didn't sleep last night. Doesn't look like I'm going to sleep tonight either. The last test batch failed. My fault, I got the mixture wrong. Sloppy work, Jensen. I can barely keep my eyes open. Got to try again though. No excuses in this office. I despite relying on stimulants, but I've got no choice. Got to keep going. Progress marches on. Starting a new batch. If Haushofer's path isn't ready to be tested tomorrow, well, best not to think about it. Got to concentrate. Remember lab safety. Keep alert, keep awake. One wrong move could spell disaster. И что-то пошло не так, судя по всему. Так, давайте прочтем, что было 2 недели назад. The new formula arrived today, Formula 17. I swear, whoever names these things must have no imagination at all. Formula 17? Honestly. Still, I can't wait to start working with it. From that I've read, early clinical trials were promising in the extreme. Amazingly potent, this stuff, and increased potency means less frequent injections at a lower dosage. There's nothing not to like. Так, если там тестируют и ожидают животное босса, то явно тут какая-то очень сомнительная микстурка. Despite my enthusiasm, there is still much to be done. Speeding up observation rates is first on the list, and I have some concerns regarding the subject's immune reactions. Perhaps the formula could be tailored on a patient-by-patient basis. Фига себе. Так, last week. Tailoring doses to individual patients has worked wonders. The key was taking a gene therapy-based approach. They've been using in medicine for ages, so why not supply the same logic here? So, in a nutshell, I've used the subject's own DNA to delude their immune systems into believing that Formula 17 belongs in their bodies. Simple and effective. This approach has helped to increase the formula's absorption rate, as well as significantly reducing incidences of rejection. Unfortunately, it also rules out an easily mass-produced product, but I'm convinced that the results will justify the additional costs. А вчера было a week. He waits an entire week before telling me that tailoring the mixture is an unacceptable solution, and then he tells me that the trials are to begin tomorrow. I have no time, and Gisbrecht's applying so much pressure that I can barely think. Bastard. Haushofer's probably threatening him. All of them can rot. Maybe now that Haushofer's playing hit the shit with Gisbrecht's secretary, he'll learn to lighten up. We can only hope. Или хоупа нету. Anyway, I have some new ideas to move forward with the formula. Admittedly, they're far-fetched, possibly even dangerous, but if don't start producing some results, I get the feeling that it won't be my problem for much longer. Wish me luck, journal. It's science time. Так, и сегодня он что писал? Да, сегодня это то же самое, что я уже видел. Так, ну что, видим как бы наглядно олицетворение того самого «поспешишь, людей насмешишь». Вот что, собственно, и произошло. Так, прошелся, полэтажа прошел. Забыл, какая там кнопка, по-моему, F5, да? Да, F5. Надо периодически сохраняться, потому что мало ли. Нажму не ту кнопку и до свидули. Тут у нас что? Data Storage. Что можно подобрать? За серваками, может, упало? Нет? Нет. Окей. Так, welcome to the AGC Data Library Archive and Employee Record System. Enter search term to begin. МКВI вроде бы. МКВI. Executive level authorized required. Enter authorization codes. Decking. Неплохо. Welcome, Herr Stormberg. Prototype data stored under Project Atlas heading. Redirecting inquiry, Project Atlas. Volumes of information begin to flit across the screen. Good half of what you are seeing has been redacted, and the rest is written in impossibility-dense corpse speak. Access virtual records. VP level authorization required. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Herr Haushofer. There are too many records here to sort through quickly. A quick scan reveals the following details. Так, recordings of laboratory experiments on metahumans. Images of an extensive series of cyber surgeries being performed upon a large troll. Recordings of that same troll carving his way through opponents with a massive axe. And gun cam footage from what appears to be a vehicle-mounted chain gun. The weapon has been photographed tearing apart a variety of targets, both artificial and organic. Интересненько. Go back. В принципе, особой информации мне это не дало. Возможно, надо было что-то еще искать другое, но это уже другой вопрос. Так, что тут можно подобрать? Аптечка. Бери аптечку. Базовая аптечка годится. Охраны до сих пор нет, чудно. On the bar are a number of bottles of alcohol. Most of them look expensive. Взять бутылочку. Чип буз. Какой-то... Я понял, это куда-то отдельно, наверное, будет сдаваться. Так. At first glance, the terminal appears unremarkable. It's a password-locked and cheerful screen saver merges across the display. Inspect. Upon closer inspection, you notice something interspersed among the colorful bouncing sprites of screensaver. There is a symbol that you recognize, the dead drop marker of the Shockwell writer. As you study the display, a green light winks on above the terminal display. The recording lights in a pinhole camera. The screensaver disappears and the screen floods with glowing green text. Welcome, Cliston. Secret projects. This is an open request for information about the projects and material prototypes being developed at this facility. It is known that a synthetic drug is being developed here in support of a project called Atlas. In addition, a functional prototype called MKVI has been developed. The first contributor to provide us with the project data for Atlas, the chemical formula for the new drug, and visual records of the MKVI in operation will be handsomely rewarded. All three pieces of information are required for the payout. AG Chemi Europa is known to be a heartless corporation with little regard to metahuman society or morality. They guard their secrets jealously to seek the hoard all information gained from themselves. This behavior cannot be allowed to go unpunished. What they know, all shall know. No longer will they hide their secrets in the shadows. The timely delivery of the information will be well rewarded. Freedom, equality, information. Ну, не вопрос. Так. Ну, это надо найти все три, да? А где найти? Куда найти? Хороший вопрос. Очень хороший. Так, тут у нас что? Тут у нас executive, то есть директор. Что там у начальника? This door is closed and locked. Off to one side sits a numeric keypad. Так, я находил код, мне там говорили... Lab table, да, 54, 139. 54, 139. Хорошо, что эта игра не из 1999, где мне пришлось выписывать это все на листик. Тут хотя бы заметочку оставили. Code accepted, door unlocked. Чудно. Тогда заходим. Что я могу подобрать? Обыскать стол. A stack of business cards on this desk reveals that it belongs to one Annika Schroeder. A cursory search reveals that the desk drawers are stuffed full of loose love notes, all hastily written on scraps of office stationery. Давайте прошерстим. Exploring Annika's desk is like embarking on an odyssey of filth. 30 seconds in and you've already learned 3 new euphemisms for sex in a storage closet, as well as exciting new definitions for a variety of common office terms. Thankfully, your search also turns up something of more immediate value, a scrap of paper with a name and a 5-digit code script on it. Haushofer 84792. Окей, пароль, это я понял. Вопрос только, где этот кабинет. Я вроде как уже в кабинете босса. В кабинете. Так, что у нас тут? Еще один стол. On the desk is a file folded labeled Project Atlas. Open it. The folder is empty except for a single note. Move to Digital Archive and locked under Executive Authorization. Так, Search Desk. Ага. Соответственно, компьютер здесь не пошарить. Окей, идем тогда в эту часть здания. Что-то тут есть, тут пока ничего нету. Тут я уже был, тут дверки, такое дело. Камеры туда-сюда. Так, лифт. Лифт, это понятно. Давайте посмотрим, что тут лифт. Так, Enter Passcode. Допустим, это лифт, который открывает босс. 84 792. 84 792. О, оно. 25 этаж. Ну, погнали. The elevator whisks you upwards toward the executive level 25th floor. As expected, the run has been relatively smooth sailing so far. A chime breaks the silence as the elevator glides to a stop. The MKVI is somewhere on this floor. All that you have to do is to find it. Звучит легко, всего лишь найти какой-то образец. А на этот раз у меня тут как бы не показано, где я на этом этаже. Придется все носом выискивать. Так, the emergency lights wink out, leaving you in darkness. A moment later, the building lights flip on, cranked all the way up to full illumination. The light is uncomfortably bright. A quick check of your comlink shows that your security feed has been terminated. Instead of a common view of the 24th floor, you find yourself staring at a blank screen. Well, that can't be good. Полностью согласен. Это же мне потом придется через 24-й обратно к тому лифту продираться, судя по всему. Тут я, допустим, дорогу нашел каким-то образом, но назад же надо тот же самый гараж. Вот это уже будет проблематично. The door slides open with a pneumatic hiss. An enormous figure fills your vision. It stands motionless by a console in the corner of the room. Almost every inch of that thing is covered in dull steel and gleaming chrome. Its mechanical arms and in articulated hands and wouldn't look out of place on an industrial machine. Bulky, cumbersome things designed for crushing people rather than fine ease. Clutched in one of those crushing hands, a chain gun gleams with sinister purpose. That shouldn't be possible. Nothing can be implanted with that much chrome and live. Yeah, that isn't right. Well, whatever it isn't moving. I think that it's on standby. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The figure stands completely still, but its eyeless head fidgets in agitation. Something about it reminds you of a snake tasting the air. Off to one side, the screen of a control console glows cheerfully in the gloom. Нам бы его взломать. Вообще я рну, конечно, если он и есть, этот МКВ. МК-6. Cyber Zombie Prototype Control Console. Activate the console. This MKVI prototype is an exclusive property of AG Chemia Europa. Unauthorized access is prohibited. To put the prototype into demonstration mode, you may activate its systems from the following menu. Alternatively, the system can be directly piloted via remote control rig. Press any key to continue. Так, давайте readme прочитаем. This MKVI prototype incorporates top-of-the-line cyberware from all AG Chem Europa subsidiaries, including the Zeiss Deadside Laser Designator, But Heavy Industries Powerlift Industrial Cyberarms, and brand new Zeiss Sense Shell Cyber Skull. Where necessary, competitors' products have been incorporated into the platform. These systems should be considered placeholders for this proof-of-concept prototype. The biological component of the MKVI was selected for size and durability by General Genetics Worldwide. All autonomous functions necessary to maintain the biological component are regional to the component itself and should self-regulate within operational limits. As a proof-of-concept demonstration model, the MKVI was designed for remote operation. At Zeiss, eye-in-the-sky drone control system has been incorporated into the MKVI's Cyberskull. Comlink control is also possible for casual control, but the product demonstration purposes, use of the drone control system is advised. Armaments. The MKVI prototype comes equipped with Ares Vanquisher vehicular rotary cannon to demonstrate the MKVI's actuated strength and recoil suppression capabilities. The model is also equipped with a global polymers monofilament axe. For demonstration purposes, this weapon has been designated with a heft well beyond the lifting capacity of any unaugmented metahuman. The MKVI, of course, can swing it with ease. Long-term goals. In demonstrating the MKVI's combat capabilities, it is this office's hope that AG Chemi Europa's newly developed Formula 17 cybernetic reagent will provide its value to the board of directors, both as an astonishing technical achievement and as a lucrative new revenue stream for the company. Albert Haushofer, Senior VP, Berlin Facility. Так, ну давайте заберем запись с киберзомби. Warning, subject is currently in standby mode. Subject must be shut down to safety extract visual records via causal transfer. Extracting visual records may have adverse effects on the subject. Possible side effects include intense pain, convulsions, brain damage. Do you wish to continue? Не, давайте не будем. Ну, давайте пусть Глори посмотрит. Glory nods and steps forwards. As she stands next to Cyber Zombie, you can't help but notice how much chrome riddles her own body. The cyberware is high grade, quality stuff but not mil-spec. The arms look industrial in design, interesting choice, but there's nothing wrong with it. The control system looks interesting, like a drone control interface, but it's weird into the base of the skull. From the positioning, I'd say that it's connected directly to the thing's brain stem. Glory takes a closer look at the Cyber Zombie's control module. A moment later, she takes a sudden half-step back. She turns to look at you, a disgusted look on her face. Listen to me. We have to kill this thing. This thing is our payday, Glory. Explain yourself. This troll, it's still conscious. He is still conscious. They've outfitted him with an inhibitor chip. He's trapped in his own body, screaming to get out. This isn't just a prototype, Kristen. It's a person. We can't just cash him in for a paycheck. Can you do anything about it? Help him in some way? No promises, but I can try. Do it. Not here. Let's get him down to the garage first. I want to have the van close by in case anything goes wrong. In the meantime, we're gonna have to activate him. Just remember, Kristen, that's a man you've given orders to, not a machine. Окей. Так, давайте посмотрим поближе. This cyber zombie control system is very similar to a standard Albert high-end drone rigging interface. It looks as though it should be a fairly simple task to rig into it. It will still drive itself. However, your drone control rig should allow it to react to your commands much faster. Давайте подключимся. Your consciousness slips into MKVI as easily as it would any other drone, but the sensation is strange. You flex your fingers and the cyber zombie responds, but it responds too quickly, too eagerly. It almost seems to intuit your commands before you finish giving them. You feel a strange tickling sensation in your spine, coupled with a gnawing sense of unease. The MKVI stands at the ready, its crushing hands flexing in anticipation, slave to your commands. Ну, давайте активируем, так и быть. With the mental command you activate the MKVI, it takes a step forward and you can hear the whir of actuators calibrating to adjust to its weight. A few seconds later, the whirring sound dies down. It relaxes into a slight crouch. A Activation complete. Так, escape. Значит, он идет со мной, что ли? Красота. Красота. Ой-ой. Кажись, засада. Так, F5 на всякий случай. Погнали. Knight Errant Captain. Drop your weapons and step away from the prototype. Do it now. Так, а ну, сайбер-зомби, покажи, на что способен. Покажи, на что способен. Так, а как мне... Combat дрон. Как мне включить дрона? Так. Control мод. Все, я вкурил. Я вкурил. Так, 72, 85, 80, давай поэтому. Найс. Наконец-то мой главный герой наносит хоть какой-то урон. Так себе урон, конечно, но лучше, чем ничего. Так, снайперка. 66%. 81. Неплохо. Дробовик. 54%. 60. Давай 60. Попытка не пытка. Ну, так себе оказалось. Так себе. Так, что у нас здесь? Burst Fire. 2 атаки. Тихо. С шансом на крит, да? Тут 5 атак. Минус 15% на хит. Минус 15% мне некуда. Тут и так 70. Ля, красота. Я сейчас чувствую немного отсосунькою главным героем. И немного это мягко сказано. Ау. Ау. Так, лечись, родненький. Лечись всем, что есть. Ты тоже, наверное, лечи главного героя. И что? И давай сюда. Выкинули его из укрытия. Теперь тролль может в него всадить. 99%. Привет. Ля, что творится? Мне нравится. Ой, мне нравится. Можно мне его в команду, пожалуйста, навсегда? Промазал. Ну, хоть в кого-то. Нормально, пойдет. Пойдет. Так, дробовик 53, 78. Снайпа 49. Нет, хорошо. Я чё творю? Чё творю? Так, ну, главного героя мне не оставят в покое, я так смотрю. Вообще ни в какую. Да, блин, я забыл этой барышне дробовик выдать перед началом миссии. Чёрт. Это печаль. Так, а чё я этот сошел с ума, я не понял. Чё он это... Вернись в семью. Не, вызывать, наверное, смысла нет. Парная граната тоже что-то жестко. Очень. За один подошли, за один стрельнули. Мимо, окей. За один подошли. За один кинули. Нормально. Так, 60%, 53%. Давай так. И так. Эй, мой дрон! Мой дрон! За что вы так? Попади. Спасибо. Так, ну ты что могу сказать? Жри аптечки. И тут вопрос. Все разрулится, когда я убью последнего или нет? Бля, ты крыса. 35, 40. Поехали 40. А, он пропустил ход. Он пропустил ход. Жжем. Так, ты... Куда ты можешь на один подойти? Сюда? Сюда? Нет. А это только сам жрет, да? Печаль, печаль, тоска. 55%. Видеть, наверное, сейчас смысла нету. Так. Херню нажал. Просто нажал херню. А чё так жестко? Жесть. Что происходит? Не, я сейчас, конечно, рестарт нажму, но мне просто понять вообще, что происходит. Unbalanced. Да сколько можно в Overwatch что-то косить? Понял, ладно. Load last save. Ну хорошо. Так. Зомби, а ну гаси его. Значит, капитан. Night Rand Риггер. Значит, мне надо вырубить Риггера в первую очередь. Первейшую очередь надо вырубить Риггера. 36%. Хер его так вырубишь. 50%. Ты что скажешь? 62. Ну давай пробовать. Первым делом надо вырубить его. Значит, тут дрон Поехали. Неплохо. Жестко. Так, ну 50%. Надо. Так, сигнал потерян. Все, отлично. Он полностью под моим контролем. Это главное. Ау. Кто так кидает? Кто так кидает? Лечи босса. Лечи босса. И эйм. Эх, из-за нет смысла, наверное. Давай ауру бухать. Охренеть у них там гранат, конечно. Так, родненький, жри аптечку. Теперь ты 99%, 83%. Давай этого. И этого. Ты. Сюда. И сюда. $44 с этого, 36 с этого. Поехали. Так, сколько? 79. Вообще отлично. Даже попадание есть. Еще подлечиться. Ни хрена себе он гранатой промазал. В 4 попал. Чтобы мои так промазывали. Даже чтобы мы и так попадали, как он промазал. Так. Давай попробуем выбить тебя отсюда. Нет. Окей. Окей. Все, хилимся, живем. Хилимся, живем. Game saved. Даже F5 не пришлось нажимать. Это радует. Так, а теперь у нас тут засада. Ну, теперь это, в принципе, имеет смысл и в комнату охраны зайти под шумок. Раз уж такое дело. Так, что вы тут у нас? Ля, что творит, красавчик. Так, это мы включили. Ты включай дрона. А ну погнали в ближний бой. Все равно, если я правильно понимаю, у него там должно быть столько хп, что не должны его перестрелять. Так, а ну-ка, с пулемета вот этого раз. Блин, ну даже не надо идти в ближний бой. Просто выпиливает всех под ноль. Что-то там теряет хп, но... стоп. Root override? А кто override? Стоп. А, Риггер. Я пропустил этого Риггера. Твою ж дивизию. Я не обратил внимания, что там Риггер. Я его сейчас уже, конечно, не выбью. Да, я его сейчас уже не выбью. Load game. Блин, надо еще смотреть, кто у них там Риггер, кто не Риггер. Сюда раз. Риггер раз. Гард, энфорсерер, гард. Окей, поехали. Пошли вперед. Да в смысле? А ну попади. Так, ну вы же не хотите сказать, что мне придется рашить сюда? Дрон. Дрон, 64%. Давай повысим. Все, отлично. Чуть не обосрался. Нельзя ж так делать, ребята. Так, этот пофиг. Куда? Вообще плевать. Значит, раз. Красота. И 2. Дрон, дрон стан, понял. Дрон стан. В смысле ты не попал? Как ты не попал? Не, пулемет явно выглядит эффектнее. Намного. Так, Дитрих, а ну живи. Живи, Дитрих, ты мне еще нужен. Аптечки есть у тебя? Нету, понял. Как ты промахиваешься при 96%? Алло, совесть вообще есть, нет? Так, hits more than one target. Ага, я понял. И что это было? Ну, такое. Concentrates mana from surrounding area to provide чё? Medium ley line. Что это даст? Надо было бы еще инструкцию провести, что это дает. Это непонятно. Что это за удар такой? Я просто потратил ход. Does additional AP damage. Нифига урон не наносит. Говно. Ну, короче, единичка и двоечка. Это все, что стоит нажимать. Остальное санье. Тут еще ребятушки. Тут еще ребятушки. Окей. Значит, тогда потихоньку подходим. Хотя на самом деле может идти один только тролль, по идее. Так, кто у нас тут? Гард, гренадер, гард, конжурер. Но это фигня. На всякий случай F5 и поехали. Тут мог бы и попасть. Какая неудачная пробежка. О, там еще и этот элементарь восстал против него. Совсем больно. Раз. Два. Неплохо. Что еще здесь есть? Так, значит, туда я, по идее, могу вломиться, да? Полетели. А, вот где противники, все вижу. Вижу врага. Но там дверь закрыта. Это я, по идее, иду в обход аж вот так. Follow. А, там тоже есть чувачки. Готовимся тогда. Тогда готовимся. Значит, этот становится куда-то сюда, по центру. А остальные занимают места рядом. Так, взломать. Открыть. Привет. В смысле? 80% 2 промаха. Это что такое? Куда вообще катиться? Ш незаконно. Ни в какие ворота не лезет. Становимся так, становимся так. Ага, они даже не планируют. Маг. Ну, давай. Так, еще один жив, да? Найс. Недостаточно АП. Чё это недостаточно? Рядом же стоишь. В смысле? В смысле тебе недостаточно? Так. Это все берем. Это все берем. Поехали. Тем временем остальные могут перезарядиться. Здесь перезаряжено. Теперь тут. Воу. Интересная карта. Очень интересная. В смысле не да? А, ёшки-матрёшки. Обязательно такими кругами ходить. Окей. Я так понимаю, дополнительных никаких здесь локаций не будет. Здесь только одна. Да вы издеваетесь. Ловушка на ловушке, ловушкой погоняет. Так, и все это я проделал ради чего? Ради одной security камеры. Один. Которая мне как бы и не нужна. А вот сюда надо было бы попасть. Сюда надо было бы попасть. Так, хил. Хил. Кому надо хил? Давай тебе хил. Ты у нас главный танк. Так, за укрытие. Риггер 1, маг, гренадер, инфорсер, капитан, гард. Давай, Риггер. Хорош. Этот все равно никого не достанет, да? Ладно, имеет смысл подойти. Да в смысле ты не попадаешь? Ты не можешь не попадать. Все мимо. Ау. Ау. Prototype control gained. Курва. Prototype control вернулся, но только на следующий ход. Обидно. Капец обидно. Главного героя надо, наверное, просто подальше прятать. Ау! Ну, я вам сейчас, блин... Беги отсюда. Просто беги. Так, а вот решалка у меня вроде только одна была. Если сейчас потрачу, то... А, сам воскресился. Не, все, есть еще одна воскрешалка. Хорошо, хилимся, живем пока. Хилимся, живем. 71, 86. Тут вообще не видно на белом фоне. Давай этого. Fallback и регрупп. Ага. Паскуда. Fallback и регрупп, конечно. Так, подмогу вижу. А есть ли у них риггер? Стоит ли мне бояться? Вроде за спиной этой херовины нету. Вроде хилимся, живем. Ого. А не до хрена ли урона туда влетело, ребята? Имейте совесть. Так, здоровяк, 76, 85, вот 85. 85. Отлично. Блин, у дрона еще 2 хода. Дроном не пострелял. Че вы так его уничтожаете прямо? Ясно. Пожалуй, отступлю. Что выхватывает очень сильно в последнее время. Вот, дрон. В этот раз не забыть бы дрона. А его как задело? Там же ж вообще не та траектория, не тот радиус. Что за сказки? Так, ублюдок, нафиг. Ты, нафиг. Наказываем потихонечку, наказываем. Сейчас было бы очень кстати попасть, конечно. Тип, сдавайся, у тебя нет шансов. Иди руби его. Красота! Значит, что мне надо найти? Нет, это не здесь. Это здесь. Visual Records. Попробуем. Нет. Тогда не знаю. Тогда не знаю. Тогда просто валим отсюда. А там будет видно. Что-то я чувствую какую-то подставу. You step into the garage, prototype in tow. Herr Schmidt van awaits. Decision time, boss. Can't say that I like the idea of handing the thing over to Schmidt. Lord knows what he's going to do with it. Dietrich's right. We're not talking about a piece of merchandise. There's a living troll buried under all that room. It's your call, boss. Can't say I envy you the decision. Ну, давайте попробуем освободить, так и быть. As you approach the MKVI, its head turns to track you. Its body is held to rigid attention. God, that's eerie. It's almost like it's waiting for something. Ну, давай, Glory. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Glory takes a moment to examine the protrusion at the base of MKVI's spine. Then she pops the case on the Cyber Zombies control unit. Her scalped fingers flicker and dance in the MKVI's circuitry. A moment later, a strange shiver runs through its body. It stumbles forward, lurching awkwardly on its feet. A few seconds later, it seems to recover. It stares as it hangs for a moment, then turns to face you. Thank you. Slowly, mechanically, the cyber zombie reaches up to grip its head in both hands, and it squeezes. Caught in the vice-like grip of those heavy industrial cyber arms, the MKVI's cyber skull might as well be made of tinfoil. The air fills with the tortured sound of tearing plastic and buckling steel. The MKVI gives a final heave, and its armored skull scumples like a paper cut. Its body goes stack and it topples to the ground, dead. That was the right choice, Cliston. He clearly wanted to die. Let's load the body into the van, Glory Love. Herr Schmidt won't be happy, but the hell with him. He never said that MKVI had to be returned alive. А вот это, кстати, хорошая мысль. Может, вернем труп, получим деньги все равно. Кто его знает. Давайте отправляем клиенту. The U-band feels especially clamped on your back to the Kreuz Bazaar. In your mind's eye, you can still see the carnage that you left behind at the AG Kemi building. Memories replay themselves over and over in your mind, fleeting visions of hulking thing made of muscle and chrome. You put them aside, shelve them for later. The job is over. It's time to collect your pay. It's time to collect our pay. Я надеюсь, pay все-таки будет. Точнее, payment. Погнали в сейф хаус. Так, инбокс. 6 новых сообщений. Фига себе. Так, the screen flickers to life, the mallet face appears. From the shifted background and ambient noise, it's clear that the message was recorded on a portable device. Hi Kristen, just wanted to tell you that I've met with limited success in working on that stack of DVDs. It's a thorny problem, but at least I'm making some headway. If you look on the table beside your DVD player, you'll find another recovered disc. I wasn't able to salvage all of the files on it, but I think that you might find that I did recover to be of interest. For my part, I'm going to continue working on the other DVDs. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't hold out so much hope though. They're all badly damaged and suffering from disc rot besides. I'll be in touch. My best to you and your team. Спасибо. Так. One last DVD. The screen flickers. Так, понятно. Hi again, Kristen. Well, I've recovered one last DVD for you, but I'm afraid that's all you're gonna get. You might as well use the rest of coasters. They are all beyond repair. If you look on the table beside your DVD player, you'll find the disc. Shortly, Shroty is still a brute of man. I'm unimpressed with his manner, and his poor hygiene disgusts me, but he's very good with all things such as this. All credit where it's due. Так, hijack shipment. If you value new hardware coming into Cross Bazaar, we need to talk. One of my weapon shipments was hijacked by a local gang. I can promise 500, and if you can recover the shipment, I'll have some new gear on the shelf. Come see me for details. Ладно, подойдем. The screen flickers to life and Hemeric face appears. He looks pale and haggard, and his eyes are rimmed with red. Well, you really screwed us. I hope you're happy about that. An hour after your little party and the acid compound, the whole district was crawling with night rent. And what do you think they came to see? You guessed it, Draxal. They came to us, just like we said they would. Danny's dead, Mira's wreck, and we need to keep moving just to stay alive. All thanks to you. I hope you rot in hell. Да, возможно, я сгнию в аду. Кто знает, кто знает. The screen flickers to life and Maxim's face appears. He's wearing a broad grin, and you can hear the sounds of celebration in the background. Hey there, Muscle. Not sure if Tag gave me the right address, but I figured it was worth a shot. I don't know if you heard, but our favorite Poly Club got hit from all sides by the F state today. It was glorious. Anyway, just thought you'd want to share in the good news, and thanks to your help back there, I don't think we'd made it without you. Take care. The message ends and the image fades. You find yourself back in your inbox. Hey Kristen, Uncle Dietrich told me that I could message you here, so I figured that I should. He probably told you that I'm living at Samuel's, huh? Well, that's where I am. It's different. I'll give it that much. I like that I don't get pressured to hurt people here, so that's good, and nobody smacks me around, even though I can tell that a lot of the orcs and trolls want to. I do get yelled at a lot and called a lot of names, but I guess that making me feel bad about that kind of thing is all a part of the plan. Life kind of sucks right now, but at least nobody is going to make me kill anyone. Uncle D says that it's going to be better, and maybe it will. I don't know. Anyway, what I mostly wanted to say was thanks for not killing me back at the Humanist compound. I had a gun on you, so you totally could have, but you didn't, and I'm really glad about that. Thanks, Alexander. Так, что у нас по работе? Claim payment. Так, unsatisfactory wouldn't be an underestimate. You technically fulfilled the terms of our arrangement, so you will get paid, but don't ever expect to work for us again. Чё в итоге? Да, 22 500 он начислил. 11 250 отправилось в банк. И никаких новых работ нету. Хорошо, тогда мы отсюда отходим. Missing shipment. Ладно, еще с тобой тогда поговорим. I have nothing new for you, Kristen, and we have no time to waste. Все, понял. Сорян. Че с DVD-хами? Third DVD. Track 1. I was thinking about Adrian today. Not as he was when he disappeared, not as he fabled Dragon Slayer or the big-time CEO of Delhi Defense. I was thinking about when we were kids. Well, I was always more of a kid than he was, of course. He's 15 years older than me. In a way, he was more like a parent than a brother. So I was thinking about this time when we were on holiday. Our parents took us out the islands of Poil to enjoy the beach. I must have been about 5 years old. Adrian was 20. It had been his last family vacation with us. A year later, he'd began his meteoric rise to fame and fortune. But on this trip, he was my brother. And when I fell out of the little paddle boats that our parents rented and started sinking fast into the Baltic, he was the one who drove in to rescue me. You saved my life that day, Adrian. I love you forever for that, and I will find you. I owe you that much. Found an old news article that mentions Adrian from way back in 2036. It was printed in a financial magazine called Das Franzwesen. One of those chick print-based mags that they produced for retro crowds. There aren't any clues in there, but it's good to see someone else acknowledge his existence. Stock suffers stuck. In the aftermath of the Dragon Loafer's hostile takeover of Cider Group Schwerindustriegesellschaft. Schwerindustriegesellschaft. Неплохо. Сколько букв в этом слове? Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, господи, 25 букв. Больше 25. A continuing brain drain of high-level executives is causing ongoing worry among company shareholders. The company's stock took a major hit when Loafer deposed former CEO Wilhelmina Graf Benoit last August. 3 months later, long-held power positions within the SKI empire continue to empty as the Dragon consolidates his power base. The most recent casualties of Loafer takeover include Alexandra Kobayashi, former COO of Cider Munitions, Matthias Donner, former treasurer of RU Datafax, and Werner Hardin, former CEO of Delhi Defense. Hardin stepped into the role to replace Dr. Adrian Vauclair, who disappeared under mysterious circumstances 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's what they had to say about Adrian a mere 2 years after his disappearance. My brother, the footnote. Так, тут что-то совсем битое. Ни одного слова нельзя разобрать. Тут у нас что? То же самое. Тут у нас что? Доктор Вуклер. It is my sad duty to inform you that by anonymous vote of the Aufsichtsrat, your position as CEO of Delhi Defense will be terminated at the end of this calendar month. Your continued misallocation of company funds to pursue personal agendas cannot and will not be tolerated any longer. The supervisory board is not unsympathetic to your mental state. The trauma that you endured during your pursuit of the dragon Vorschwinge must have been enormous. But your continuing obsession with the dragon, the dead dragon, I might add, has proven a negative influence on this company and an unjustified drain of company resources. The board wishes you all the best in your future endeavors. We have prepared a generous severance package to assist you in this time of transition. If there is anything more than we can do to help you, please don't hesitate to ask. Так, что там у нас последний диск, 4? This is it, the interview. Took some digging to find it, but here he is, my big brother, back in his prime. The note disappears, and for a moment the screen goes blank. Suddenly, the image of news correspondent flashes onto the screen, accompanied by a brief orchestral flourish. A timestamp on the upper right corner of the screen reveals the date, August 22, 2012. Thank you for joining us. We are coming to you live from the ruins of Sangerhausen, the fifth Harz mountain town to be sacked by the dragon Vorschwinge. Standing by my side is the head of Deal Defense. Deal Defense, Dr. Adrian Vauclair. Dr. Vauclair has been hailed as a leader in the effort to bring down Vorschwinge and her reign of terror. Dr. Vauclair, tell us about your efforts to bring down the dragon. Killing the monster has proven difficult, to say at least. Her speed and maneuverability in the air are extraordinary. Her scales repel small arms fire, and her breath can melt steel. Our R&D team has been working around the clock to devise a weapon capable of downing the beast. In the interim, we are providing material support for the Luftwaffe's attempts to shoot her down via conventional means. Herr Vauclair, why are you directing Deal Defense's energies to the killing of Vorschwinge? Are there corporate interests at play in this? Corporate interests? No, this is a matter of human interest. Innocent lives are being extinguished at an appalling rate. I am in a position to help, but an end to the slaughter, and so I must. It really is that simple. Dr. Vauclair, you must understand my skepticism. Our viewers are not looking for a PR statement. They come to us for true. I'm afraid that I don't have time to go back and forth on this. Your viewers can think whatever they wish. My concern isn't helping the people affected by this tragedy. In that case, Dr. Vauclair, I thank you for sharing your valuable time with us. You're welcome. To the viewers at home, stay safe and watch the skies. Salvation is coming, I promise. Again, that was Dr. Adrian Vauclair, CEO of Deal Defense. Dr. Vauclair is the chief architect of the military's current plan to bring down the dragon's Vorschwinge. Stay tuned for more late-breaking news on the battle for the Harz Mountain. We'll be right back. Holy shit, I just stumbled onto some of the Adrian's old lab notes. I'm not gonna say how I came across these. Someone might get hurt if the wrong people watch this. But I've checked them against some of Adrian's old handwriting samples and they're legitimate. Holy shit, this is big. Alright, okay, back up, slow down, breathe. Okay, so these notes, they pretty much confirm something that I always suspected. The Luftwaffe didn't shoot down Feuerschwinge. I mean, they tried. They pumped thousands of rounds into the air around her and they topped rocketed her for months. Lost a lot of attack helicopters and fight craft in the process, but none of those things were responsible for taking her down. The Dragonfall was caused by an experimental warhead, one that Adrian and his Dale Defense think tank designed. I don't understand the science of it, not even a little bit, but from what I can piece together, it looks like they designed some sort of chemical radiological agent that acts on the metagene. I don't think that they fully understood what they were doing. It was 2012, after all. I mean, the process worked, but I don't know if they understood why it worked. Anyway, when a warhead full of this stuff comes into contact with a dual-natured creature, like a dragon say, it drives a wedge between that creature's physical and astral forms. The body gets put into a sort of hibernation state and the spirit is forced out. It also looks like this process can maintain that stage of separation indefinitely, and that's pretty horrifying, though. A discorporated body is supposed to die in a few hours. I've heard horror stories about ghost-walking mages getting trapped in astral space, unable to rejoin with their meat. I heard they went crazy from the pain. If what I'm reading is accurate, it's entirely possible that Feuerschwinge has been trapped outside of her body for over 40 years. This is why Adrian was always so cagey about the subject of Feuerschwinge after the Dragonfall. He knew for a fact that she was alive, even if only technically. Her body crashed down into the socks, sure, but she wasn't dead. The government wouldn't let Adrian tell the public about any of this, of course. I'd interfere with the lie that they were feeding us, that the Firewind was dead and that everyone was safe, and that people should stop hiding in their basements and get back to work again. But privately, he always said that she was still out there, somewhere deep in the socks. I'd always thought that he was paranoid, but I was wrong. He knew. So what does all of this mean? It means that the stories I got from the Ghost Rat suddenly sound a lot more plausible. It means that Feuerschwinge is definitely alive, and the Adrian's disappearance is unquestionably tied to her survival. It also means that Germany is in deep shit. So true, Germany is such a deep shit currently. Because if Feuerschwinge is still alive, it's only a matter of time before she rears her ugly head again. Okay, that's enough for one night. I'm gonna go get drunk. Track 3. Look, Adrian, I understand you. Lord knows I do. But you've got to drop this dragon fixation. People are starting to talk. Oh, they're talking, are they? What a terrible shame. Damn it, Adrian, this is serious. You're a public figure. You could lose everything if you don't keep these ridiculous fairy tales to yourself. Hear me, my theories are not, as you call them, fairy tales. Dragons are real. I saved Germany from one. Have you forgotten? No, of course not. Everyone knows that you killed one. Firewind. Stopped, not killed. Fine, stopped, whatever. Call it whatever you want, but Adrian, you are the only one who's still obsessed with the damned things. There aren't that many of them, and they're not taking over the world. Such is the cry of the cancer patient, unaware what's killing him. I'm fine, not to worry. I'll smoke another cigarette. What's the harm? He doesn't see what's happening, but he winds up dead all the same. Now you're just being Modine. Look, Adrian. You mark my words, Hermie. Within 5 years, corporations, even countries, will fall to these creatures. And the worst part is, nobody will care. Oh, people will tut about, or tut about. There may be a protest or two, but nobody will actually do anything to stop them. The immortal, all-powered, utterly pitiless reptiles will seize more and more of our power, wealth, and territory. And we, foolish, short-sighted mortals, will never get it back. Come on, Edr. We could solve the problem, of course, but we, as species, are unwilling to invest our energy into problems that aren't staring us right in the face. As it was with climate change, so it was with dragons. I've accepted that, but you can't ask me to stop caring about it. You're hopeless, Adrian. Fine, by all means, keep caring, just keep your conspiracy theories to yourself. I'm telling you for your own sake. Yes, Hermie, you're right, of course. I mustn't jeopardize my credibility with the masses. It's not just your credibility that I'm worried about. Talk is talk, but sometimes I worry that you're really gonna be back into the socks. Hermie, please, big brother, just drop all of this. Stop hunting the Firewind and start living your life again. If you don't do it for yourself, then for Christ's sake, do it for me. Alright, Hermie, I'll try. And the last track. User Jolly Green Winters. Okay, I'm fun-loving guy who's also a great listener. I love hiking, clubbing, and all kinds of pets. I'm looking for a cute, funny, adventurous girl who's down to party. I don't respond to profiles without pics. No orcs, no trolls. Sorry, ladies. No orcs, no trolls. Shadowrun Tinder. Окей. Так, ладно, тут почитали. Идем, значит, попробуем позвонить в будку, сдать какую-то информацию. И искать, что там с поставками новыми. Будка у нас где? Будка где-то там. Угу. Без вариантов. Хорошо, без вариантов так без вариантов. Тогда идем, получается, что? Идем узнавать за пропавший товар. The Romani Patriarch is an impressive figure, an enormous man in his late 60s. Burly and broad-chested despite his age. His voice is deep and resonant, and his breath is heavy with the stench of pipe tobacco. Tavin Bixtaleorg. И тебе не хворать. You're here to conduct some business. If so, I welcome you to Medback Arms and Ammunition. If not, keep right on walking. Got the message about that missing shipment. How can I help? Again from nearby, Keith has been hijacking shipments bound for the Christ Bazaar, taking money out of our pockets. I could use your help to stop this from happening. Your deal departed Monica used to provide encryption and information control for the Christ Bazaar. Now that she's gone, we merchants have been having no end of trouble. The obvious answer is that again has been intercepting our communications. Ship and manifests, payment orders, that kind of thing. A group with an agenda could use that information to set an ambush. And that's just what this gang has been doing. Several cargo trucks full of goods have already been hijacked en route to the Croix Bazaar. I had a tracking device placed on the last shipment that I sent out. Containers full of weapons and medical supplies. Sure enough, I got taken and I've tracked to Gesundbrunnen. If you've never been there, it's a keys built of an old U-Bahn station and some old bunkers. Rumor has it a new gang called the Rebengeister is holding up there. I suspect that the two things are related. So I need you to go to the Gesundbrunnen, find the Rebengeister, and get our goods back. I can offer you 500 new yen for the task. And if you can recover our missing weapon shipments, I'll be able to sell you some better hardware too. Я займусь. Конечно, деньги смехотворные. And one more thing, Kristen. I'm gonna need you to go in light on this one. Take a friend alone if you like, but no more than one. If you spook them, they could trash the merchandise. Best go quiet. Best go soon, too, before the trail goes cold. Еще и с одним только напарником, да вы чё, меня ж там изнасилуют, если у нас будет всего двое. Я, конечно, попробую, но пахнет какой-то очень жесткой подставой. Возьму, наверное, Эйгер. Самый плотный помощник в плане огневой мощи. А я думаю, это главное. Хотя можно было, конечно, взять и Дитриха. Может быть, лекарь пригодился бы больше. Ну ладно. Hard times. It is a short train ride to Gesundbrunnen. You exit the subway car, stepping onto the old grungy platform. The place is deserted. Those signs of life are everywhere. A gaping hole in the ceiling filters cool, hazy light in from above. To your right, a small plot of crops struggles to endure in the cold and limited light of the station. Trash and junk litters the platform. It's clear this place hasn't had anything resembling a janitorial staff in quite some time. Somewhere in this old rundown U-Bahn station lies the entrance to Gesundbrunnen Keys, and hopefully some leads on the whereabouts of the Rebengeister and Gunnar's missing shipments. Так, что мы берем? Мы берем другого дрона. Абсолютно. Что, аптечку берем? Короче, берем все, что есть. Все, что есть, все берем. Так, а ты у нас что? Ты в теории можешь взять еще один дробовик на эту миссию. И, возможно, меньше перезаряжаться. Так, у вас есть карма. Хочу ли я распределить? Наверное, нет. Наверное, нет. Потом буду распределять. Так, ну посмотрим, что тут у нас осад. The old fluorescent glow lights are barely keeping the plants alive. Almost no light from the surface make its fare underground. Строили тут метро 2033. Так. The stairwell down looks to have completely collapsed. Хорошо. Погнали. F5. Guards. That's far enough, friends. An older man raises his hands, squinting as you approach. To his left, a young orc shifts his weight, resting one hand casually on the pistol as his hip. Both are dressed in what might be considered uniforms, but it is hard to tell for sure. We don't get many visitors down here these days, and you'll forgive me for saying, but, well, you don't really look like the type that usually comes through here. He looks fat, for one thing. Indeed, so what brings you to Gesundbrunnen, stranger? Так, либо соврать. I am from Croy's Bazaar. We think a gang in these parts calling themselves as Rebengeister hijacked a shipment belonging to us. You hear about anything like that? Again, huh? No, we keep security pretty tight around here. If a gang like that was running stuff through there, we'd know about it. Now look, we don't want any trouble. Why don't you just move along and catch the next train back? Can I look around at least? I don't think that's a good idea, stranger. Now I think it's time for you let us be. Maybe we can work out a deal. How about 100 new yen for your trouble? Oh, so you think you can just buy us off? Is that it? You guys could use the new yen, I could use a look around. It's as simple as that. Fine, making 200. Давай. 200 will do. Sad to say, we really need that money around here. Just watch yourself, okay? If you cause a scene looking for this gang of yours, there's more to our little militia here that you want to mess with. Ну, постараемся решить как-то. Без особо крупномасштабных замесов. Все-таки у меня всего 2 персонажа. Ух, тут народу. Ух, народу. Dresser. The drawers look to be handmade out of rusty sheet metal. Nothing of value catches your eye within. Okay. Один мусор внутри, понял. The man before you is an average build and in nondescript dress. He is leaning against an old wooden cabinet reading a book. As you approach, he looks up and casts a warm smile in your direction. Guten Tag. The name's Quarrying Friends. Can't say I've seen you around these parts before. Just passing through, or... I'm looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called Rebengeister? Certainly, they've been spinning quite a tale in these parts of late. Hard to know anything for sure, though. One rumor says they hijack freight out of Frankfurter Tor. Then the next day you hear about a sighting down in Alexanderplatz. Hell, just yesterday I heard someone claim they saw a member of the Rebengeister speed by the U-Bahn tunnel, clinging to the side of a train car. Huh. Between you and me, that's probably a gang called Sur Turf. Strange ones, those. I heard that they implant suction cups to their hands and feet. What is suction? I guess they really like hitching rides or the U-Bahn trains. That's the flux state for you, though, full of the strange and unexpected. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? His face falls. Wish that I had, friends. It's too bad. This place used to be soaring with commerce. But now hardly anything passes through here, I'm afraid. Folks around here are lucky enough to have a full meal at the end of the day. Tough times, I suppose. Indeed they are. Do you need anything else, friends? What can you tell me about this place? Gesundbrunnen. Well, it's my home for one, and we've got a small bar set up over here. But of course, you'll want to know about the markets. I used to be something to behold, my friends. One of the grandest markets in the city. You could find nearly anything in these stalls for the right price. It's a real shame, but little by little things slowed down. Folks stopped taking this subway lane so much, but I guess that's the way of the flux. Okay, let's go further. Значит, мы вроде как на правильном пути, но не совсем. Так, Goldfish, барышня. Goldfish. Hey kiddo, share a drink with me? No, thanks, just looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called Rabenheister? The Raven Ghosts? No, never heard about anything like that. Sounds like something out of a fairy tale. I'm just traveling though. I heard there was a market, but, well, just look at this place. So I'm just having a drink with this fine gentleman here, and then moving on. Never mind then. Man, you must be busy not to even be up for a drink. What could you possibly be doing here? I'm looking for something that was stolen from me. The Rebengeister business? I guess that makes sense. Reben sounds kind like of a Robin. You know Robin Hood? Well, if that's who's got your stuff, this is as far away from medieval England as you're gonna get. Good luck finding it, dude. I'll be here if you need down your sorrows. Не хватало еще себе плакаться. Че, у меня своих, что ли, нету? Кому поплакаться можно? Так, что за лесенка? Surface access has been welded shut, probably an attempt to keep security tight. Неплохие у вас меры security. Ядрит, Мадрид, сколько всего тут. Так, странный продавец. Hello there, newcomer. I have many exciting and rare weapons for your pleasure. Instruments of death of the sort you'll not find anywhere else in Berlin. Care to take a look around? Despite the shopkeeper's claims, her inventory looks decidedly poor. Most of these weapons appear rusty and in ill repair. A particularly cobbled-together pistol stands out of the bunch. Sure, let's see what you have. What you have? What do you have? Я так понимаю, да, реально все старье, все отстой. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's much here that would interest me. Well, it's been lean pickings lately around these parts, and on top of that, there's militia. They need most of the best pieces to help keep us safe. Still, I've got some reliable weapons for home defense. Еще один shopkeeper. Hi there, stranger. I got a sale on today. You interested in some rations, salvage, some home remedies? Just looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called Rebengeister? No, can't say that I have. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? I don't know anything about weapons. I just sell scraps of salvage and home remedies. Okay, thank you for your time. You useless bastards. This crate appears to have been pried hastily open. This is a partially torn shipment label on its side. Most of the ink was worn off, but the word Kreuzbazar is still clearly visible. Да ты крыса, ну давай еще раз поговорим. There's a crate behind your shop that looks like was marked for delivery to the Kreuzbazar. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you? No, I don't know anything about crates. Looking for some backup? It's just us here, friend. Okay, look. Yeah, the Rebengeister came by yesterday, asked me to move the rest of these medical supplies. Then they disappeared. I don't know where they went. I mean, hey, I gotta make a living, right? Look around here. They leave me this kind of score. I'm grateful. Already sold most of it in less than a day. Plenty of folks around here in need of real medical supplies. Alright, I've told you what I know. So we are cool, right? I don't know anything else. Relax. Хотя... Ладно, сыграем в добряка. Relax, I believe you. Times are tough. I'm sure that people needed that stuff. You're not going to hurt me? Thank you, stranger. Not everyone's so understanding around here. Look, if you're looking for Rebengeister, try the old information kiosk on the other side of the market. I've seen some people coming and going through there. Information kiosk здесь, что ли? Ну, погнали, посмотрим, что у нас тут еще. Значит, тут ничего нету. Militia Captain. The militia captain stands at alert, her eyes tracking slowly across the market before coming to rest on you. Guten Tag. I'm looking for a gang called Rebengeister. Ever heard of them? No. And I wouldn't suggest asking questions about such things around here. Злюка. Так, ящички. Опять мои. These crates don't seem to be a part of the shipment that was en route to the Cross Bazaar. Окей, ладно, не мои. Scuff marks. You notice a set of scuff marks on the ground, as if something heavy was dragged across here. The marks vanish into the wall. Опа, потайные ходы. Inspect the nearby wall more closely. You find a small seam in the wall that suggests there might be a passageway hidden in the wall here, but you can spot not clear mechanism for opening it. Maybe we should ask around. This looks like a place, so I'm sure someone might spill their beans. А ну попробуй открыть силой. Лол. Вот так-то. It takes some doing, but your teammate manages to force open the false wall. The hinges give you away with a scrape and a crunch, and the passage behind is revealed. Так, окей, посмотрим, что тут в ванной. The area is in extreme disrepair. Water is flooding out of the walls and stagnating in pools on the tile floor. Черт, не успел дочитать. Долбишься в глаза, долбишься и все равно не успеваешь. Так, this appears to be an old Yubana information terminal. The screen goes dark and the machine begins to emit a bizarre variety of clicking and chirping sounds. After an interminable amount of time, the screen finally shudders back to life. Welcome to the Gesundbrunnen station. Please select an option from the menu below. Station history, route information, enter custom query. Route information. You start to press the 4 key only to realize that the key is missing from the keyboard. A thick layer of grime and dust rests in this place. Окей. Не понял. Терминал тут ни к чему. Мусорка. Опа. Сохранение. А даже кнопочку не пришлось нажимать. Так, ну давайте пообщаемся с вами, ребята. This is the same man you met in the market, but the friendliness is gone from his face. In its place is a cold, unwavering gaze. You should have stuck to the market, stranger. If the Rebengeister wished to be found, we'd open a fucking cafe. Now, what do you want of us? Say your piece. Okay. I'm from the Cross Bazaar. You stole a shipment of supplies bound for our keys and we want it back. He stares you down for a long moment, then breaks into a chuckle. Guess we were a little careless on that one. I figured with Monica Schaffer gone, the Cross Bazaar would be an easy score. So that's why you are here. We stole your supplies, now you want them back? That's about right, yeah. Which I completely understand, stranger, believe me, but unfortunately we need those supplies more than you do, so I will have to graciously decline your offer to relieve us of your property. Я надеюсь, у них там не будет подмоги. It's a shame your guys didn't reach us for weapons, Quarin. Так, дроны, значит, поехали. Раз. Дроны, поехали. Два. Ты. 58, 43. 55, 58. Раз. Два. Три. Сюда. То можешь ты. Бомбочки можешь кидать. Кидай. Вот, стоило оно того? Не стоило. Ключики. Empty. О, еще игру на шару сохранили. Как приятно. Так, ну я так понимаю, ящики они все распродали нахрен, да? Just full of old Simpsons recordings. Может, тут где-то тачка есть какая-то, не знаю. Хоть что-нибудь. Где все? Терминал. A standard cyber terminal waits on the table before you. The screen is active, displaying a basic list of simple data queries. It appears that the Rabengaster keep a detailed inventory of their stolen goods. A quick scan of the data includes that while the medical supplies bound for the Croix Bazaar are long gone, Gunnari's missing weapons shipment is currently in storage locker at Frankfurt Tor. The locker number is marked as 49. You copy the information to your PDA and forward it to Gunnari. Все получается. Mission complete. Изян. Теперь я смогу купить какого-то топового дрона класса S. Так, то мы идем сюда. Валить, валить. Так. Это, по-моему, уже было. It's time to find Gunnari and tell him the news. Остальное, по-моему, был уже текст на каком-то из этих самых загрузочных экранов. Хотя я могу, конечно, ошибаться. Это дело такое. Все может быть. Ну, погнали к Гуннари. Еще 4 кармы получил. Ух, можно обмазаться скиллами. Welcome back. You need some weapons, some ammunition, perhaps? Так. I took care of that business with the Rebengeister. They won't be hijacking our shipments anymore. Yes, and my people have already retrieved the shipment, exactly where you said it would be. Good work. How were you able to manage this? It's done. That's all that matters. This is true. Good, good. Here is your payment as promised, and should you need any new weapons? Thanks to you, I have some new merchandise available. Would you like to take a look? Of course. Что ты там продаешь? Консюмаблы. Неинтересно. Аутфиты. Комбат, шмомбат. Да, это все-таки не совсем мой профиль. В теории, конечно, можно купить какую-то снайперку для ребят. Но... Короче, не имеет смысла. Топовый дробовик у меня уже есть. Почти топовый. Почти топовый, еще есть 2. Плюс 2 урона. Ладно, это пока ребята обойдутся, наверное. Так, собрать 50 тысяч, заплатить Алисе. Вот у меня вопрос. Как, собственно, узнать, собралось оно там или нет? Так, что тут? Новые скиллы. Customized. Все, берем супер снайперку. Берем. Ты. АОЕшка. Кастануть за 1 берем. Тебе. Ревайв берем. Тебе. Тебе это берем. Тебе можно даже не читать. Ты все равно у меня в команде участвовать не будешь. Так, хорошо. Есть ли опция поехать на метро к этой Алисе и узнать, что там как? Так, нету. Никаких опций нету. Значит, тогда получается единственная опция — это вернуться на базу и снова пошарить в компьютере. Так, ты что скажешь? Ничего нового, да? I need your password to transfer Alice's payment onto a credit stick. Yes, very good, excellent in fact. This has been a long time coming. You telling me. Alright, Kristen, before you make this transfer, there are a few things that you should know. Firstly, this is a one-way operation. Once the funds have been transferred to the credit stick, the only person who will be able to access them is Alice. As far as the team is concerned, the money will simply disappear. Типа у меня есть другой выбор. Well, it's not like we're planning on doing anything else with it anyway. Keep going. Secondly, once you make your way to the rabbit hole with the funds, it's go time. I trust that you understand that I mean by that. Go ahead and clarify. What I mean is that retrieving Alice's information will be your only priority. No more distractions and no more side work. I will busy myself cancelling your remaining jobs and smoothing your ruffled feathers. Makes sense. Anything else? Just that you need to be sure before committing to this. Time is important. A great dragon wants us dead, and that is not a thing to take lightly. But you shouldn't return to the rabbit hole until you are prepared to act. If you have any doubts, then I'd urge you to wait. I understand. I'm ready. Excellent. The password is Volklingen. Volklingen. Учитывая немецкое произношение. Volklingen. Once you are en route to the rabbit hole with the funds for Alice's payment, I will cancel the team's remaining obligations. Understood. I have to say, Kristen, this lifts an enormous weight off of my shoulders. When Monica brought you on board, I was initially unsure about you. I would never have said that to anyone else, of course, but I kept you under a watchful eye. I can see now that I needn't have doubted her judgment. She chose her successor well. Now please, go fetch the information from Alice. We are one step closer to surviving this mess. Or not surviving this mess. Тут уже как получится. Так, что мне, куда мне? Это мне к компьютеру идти или... Так, инбокс, месседжи. No one read messages. Хорошо. Можно... Ёпсель-мопсель. Можно было на компьютере проверить текущее состояние. Тогда переводим, чё. Оказывается, можно было даже одну миссию не доделывать лишнюю. Волклинген, да? Да что ж такое? Курсорчик. Привет. Волклинген. Красотень. The funds disappear from your account. Moments later, a message pops up on the screen. Transfer complete. Sitting in the dock of the keyboard, a green LED blooms to life on Alice's cred stick. The trigger has been pulled. The rabbit hole awaits. Ну, погнали, встретимся с Элис. Так, ну теперь, получается, у нас остались главные квестовые миссии. Интересно, сколько их? Я думаю, штучки 3-4. Надо будет свериться потом с Википедией. Я явно сейчас не пройду все. Это абсолютно impossible. Вот, пройти одну миссию какую-то и поглядеть, что там дальше. Да, поехали. Чтобы хотя бы примерно понимать, насколько еще стримов пойдет прохождение. Down the rabbit hole. The tiny cred stick feels heavy in your pockets. Fed with the weight of hard-won new yen. The U-Bahn station swallows you up and sends you hurtling down the rabbit hole. Towards Alice, towards the information you've bled for. The train pulls to a stop and the doors hiss open to the dark, old platform. With luck, answers lie ahead. Это да. Так, ну чё, куда-то сюда. В аркадную машину. Платим. Moments later, a message rings. Clifton, couldn't wait for you any longer. Something is striking me, something terrible. Need to get out of town. Go dark for a while. If you're smart, you will too, but deal's a deal. When you punch the flashing button on the console, I'll spit out an optical chip with your information. Take my device. Whatever this Vauclair business is to you, drop it and run. And for God's sake, Clifton, stay out of the Matrix. It isn't safe, Alice. The message fades from the screen and a button on the console begins to flash. Press the button. You can hear the whine of motors spinning up in the arcade cabinet's gas. With a smooth mechanical motion, a generic brand optical chip slides out of the payment port in front of you. Abruptly, the screen goes black. The console powers down. The optical chip sits in its cradle, waiting for you to take it. Take the chip. The instant that the chip leaves the cradle, the machine reboots itself. You are again alone. Так, ну чё, едем домой, получается? Едем домой, рассказываем друзьям, что случилось. As you settle in for your trip back to Croix Bazaar, you can feel rest of the world compartmentalize and fall away. No more distractions, just you, the train, and the optical chip. It sits in your pocket like a hot stone, impossible to ignore. The train ramps up to speed, filling the air with a monotonous electric whir. The sound is soft and low and urgent, like the droning wings of an enormous insect. I'd be soothing if your mind weren't occupied with other matters. All at once, the monotony is broken. Your PDA is buzzing. A quick glance at the screen tells you that you're receiving a call, and the Paul Amsel is on the other end. Answer the call. You hit the receive button in your PDA. One look at the grainy image that blossoms to life on the screen is enough to tell that something has gone terribly wrong. The strangled sounds of panicked breathing punch through your PDA's tiny speakers. In the image window, you can see the outlines of figures silhouetted against the backdrop of Amsel's shop. The view rotates, bringing them toward the center of the frame. The image sharpens. In the center of the screen stands an enormous orc in battle armor, a hard cannon leveled at something just out of frame. His face is a shiny mass of grafted tissue, his smile like something out of nightmare. Say nothing. You watch powerless as an orc's grin widens. The frantic breaths that you hear coming from off-screen increase in frequency. From off-screen you hear Amsel's frantic voice. Audren, please, tell me that this is all about. Tell me what this is all about. What are the Firering's plans? You're going to kill me anyway. Don't send me to the grave without... Oh. Your stomach drops as a gun bugs and roars in Orc's hands. Your view of the PDA pitches widely, then comes to a sudden stop with a violent cracking sound. A burst of static floods the screen. Moments later, a dark shape falls into view with equivalent force. You hear the unmistakable sound of bone crunching against hardwood. The camera auto-adjusts and dark shape swims into focus. You are staring into and through the dripping, cavernous ruin of what once was a human ahead. The remnants of the face that remain are enough to confirm that your gut already knows. The body on the screen is that of Paul Amsel. What now, sir? Now we press our advantage. Jam their comms, Ortega. Alright, remember people, Amsel was the brains of the operation, but the rest will put up a lot more fights. Flush him out and take him down one by one. Sir, look at Amsel's wrist, the PDA, I think that it's recording. God fucking damn it. You hear the roar of another gunshot and the screen goes dark. Your vision swims and the screen of your PDA seems to fade away. The impact of what you've just witnessed hammers you in the gut over and over again. Amsel is dead, the Kreuz Bazaar is under attack, and it's entirely possible that an ambush party is already waiting to meet you at the U-Bahn platform. Whatever your attackers have planned, you won't be able to do much about it from in here. The train is speeding toward the Kreuz Bazaar station, no more stops between you and the enemy. Nothing to do but prepare yourself and wait. Опа, Эйгер. Здорово, как дела? About time you showed up. The light plays off of the Eiger's face like a street light on rain-slick asphalt. Her face, neck and chest are sheeted in sleek dark liquids. Blood, a lot of blood. Where are you hit? I'm not. This little bastard, on the other hand, made one hell of a mistake. Okay, nicely done. Well, you know that they say any weapon at your disposal. Did you meet up with Alice? Do you have the information? Yeah, I got it. An optical chip. We'll have to use my mission computer to open it. Ох, я чувствую, мне сейчас скажут, что это невозможно. Whatever on that chip, these bastards don't want us to read it. All the more reason to do exactly that. After we put the rest of them in the ground, that is. Ager, they killed Paul, I saw it. Yeah, I know. He had us all patched in on that call. We all saw what happened. I figured they'd try and ambush you at the platform, ventilate the train, take you out, and cut off a potential escape route in the process. It's what I would do, so I highlighted it out here and set up an ambush of my own. Good thinking. Thanks. Anyway, that's enough talk. We've got a job to do. There are an unknown number of hostile stop sites. They're well equipped, decently trained, and hell-bent on killing us. The last I heard, Glory was on the north end of town. Dietrich was out getting coffee when all hell broke loose. Let's go get them. Let's go hunting. А нового даже не вспомнила. Так, плюс 1 action point. Окей. Тут я понял. Ну, погнали. Погнали. Так, значит, первым делом включаем дронов. Второго дрона тоже включаем. А ты стреляешь. Так, с автомат. Не, это дробовик. Это новый дробовик. Топовый. И снайперка. 52, 62. Так. 52. 82 сюда. 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 Мимо. Бывало и похуже. Собака за меня. Ёшки-матрёшки. Чё же вы раньше не сказали? Чё же вы раньше-то не сказали? Ладно. 71%. Привет. В смысле? Ну 71. Попадай. О, еще раз. Найс. Найс. Так, только сейчас обратил внимание. Что стримлю под другой категорией. У меня не обновилась категория на Твиче. Обидненько. Надеюсь, обновится сейчас. Надеюсь, обновится. Так, значит, ты что? Ты конец, ты ходить-то не умеешь. Ни хрена себе. Вот это у него, конечно, скиллуха. Никто не планирует больше попадать? О, хорош. Так. На минуточку попробую на Твиче проверить. Не через ОБС. Вообще, можно ли менять на ходу? Edit Stream Info. Да, вроде поменялось. Вроде поменялось и показывает Shadowrun. Все, отлично. Отлично, и уже кто-то отписался. Это годно. Так, something ahead of you lets out a loud rumbling growl from the shadows, a primordial sound that echoes down the snowy streets. It slips into the light. Dante. Even from this distance you can feel the heat radiating from the enormous dog's body. He locks eyes with you, and you can see the fire burning within them. He takes a step forwards, hackles raised. I forgot to mention, fearless leader, your dog's acting funny. I can see that. Happened fast too. Just before you got there, I caught sight on him on the way down to the U-Bahn platform, and he looked normal enough. Then one of these bastards took a shot at him and winked him. Big mistake. Dante got mad, real mad. He started shaking and twitching, and I saw fire in his eyes. He was on the guy before I could blink. A few seconds later, the shooter was a red smear on the sidewalk, and Dante looked like this. Hey Dante, hey boy, how you doing? Dante lowers his head. The hackles on the back of his neck standing stiff. He takes another step forwards, step towards you and Ager. Стив, блин, знакомое слово Стив, надо записать. Стив. Посмотреть потом перевод. Так, I don't think that this is working, Kristen. I'll work. Easy, buddy, easy now. Slowly the wind begins to shift and he sniffs the air, looking from you to Ager and back to you. Acknowledgement washes across his face and his expression softens. His ears stand back up and you can swear that you see him smile. Dante takes his place by your side. Well, whatever he is, I'm glad he's on our team. Let's find the others. Ну, давайте найдем остальных. Тут я, конечно, совсем не против. Вопрос, где остальные? Значит, в разных концах, да? Ну, погнали. F5. Game saved. Game saved, погнали. Тут какие-то это еще что за крыса в спине бегает? Find Glory. Значит, Глорию мы нашли. Глория автоматически присоединилась. Приятные новости. Дроны. Можно подойти. И вызвать дронов здесь. Раз, два. Теперь Эйгер. 83% на это попадание. 73, 99. Конжурер. Давай. 30 урона, привет. Раз, еще раз. Хорош. Так, Данте, что ты у нас можешь? Подойти на один. Flame Breath это далеко. неплохо. На спине еще какие-то крысы там бегут, да? Да, бежит. Бежит, но его пока не видно. Пока на него забиваем. Потом дробовик возьму. Сюда раз, сюда два. Готово. Сюда раз. Сюда два. Дроны пока можно и подключать. Так, сюда. На собачку зря. Хера ему там вшатало. Кусь. Кусь. Так, ладно, кусь. F5. Где там Дитрих? Дитрих, родной. Мы идем за тобой. Так, значит, подходим поближе. Ходы кончились, понял. Понял, принял. Не, ну собака, конечно, лютая. Минус АП на постой. Это жестко. Это жестко. Так, Эйгера, ну давай куда-нибудь. 91. 91 и критом. Супер. Best case сценарио. Собака, кусь. Кусь. Да ну в смысле, кусь. Ты прикалываешься, 75%, 3 промаха из 3. Это что такое? Это вообще как? Кто программировал рандом для этой хрени? Impossible. Так, дроны, control мод раз. Сюда. Сюда. Понятно. Control мод 2. Сюда. Glad to see you all made it here alive. Listen, boss, we've got problems. I saw a group of these jackasses peel off a few minutes ago. They made a beeline for the sewers. They were carrying bombs, Kristen. Can't say what yields, but they looking bad. Big, okay. Unless you fancy living in a crater, I'd suggest that we hightail it down there. We took off with Malith. Said something about jamming the attackers' comms. Don't worry about them. We're gonna deal with those bombs. Окей. Погнали. Конечно же, не могу просто так взять и прерваться, и вот это вот все. Засада крысиная. Раз, два, три, сюда. А теперь бежим. Теперь бежим. Так, ты так и не побежал, да? С дробовика будет сподручнее. Мадемуазель, вы можете отсюда с дробовичка их? А попасть? О, спасибо. Уже лучше. Так, ну и собакин, кусь-кусь. Да в смысле промазать? 99%. Как можно там промазать? Канализацию! Beneath the Croix Bazaar, you and your team descend into the sewers, footsteps echoing off the damp stone walls. You barely notice the smell. There's no time to waste. Audrey's team of mercenaries is down here somewhere, racing to plant their explosive charges beneath the keys. The fate of the Croix Bazaar is in your hands. Ну, тогда Croix Bazaar обречен, что я могу сказать. Тут без шансов. Так, что там по миссиям еще, значит? Команда должна выжить. Вот это поворот. Деактивировать все бомбы. Убить всех наемников. Ну, допустим. Ну, допустим. Начнем тогда отсюда. Не понял. А где я уже заметил противника, что у меня включился тактический режим? Что-то это как-то тупо. Вроде никого нигде нет. Нахер тактический режим. Десять раундов до взрыва бомбы. Да, а, вот зачем тактический режим. Это я в глаза долблюсь. Так, ну проблема-то в чем? Проблема в чем? Проблема в том, что за 10 раундов, по-моему, сюда в принципе дойти нельзя. Давайте тогда Глория пойдет куда-то сюда. Их тут двое, да? С ней пойдет Дитрих. Так, а вы втроем сюда куда-нибудь, я хз. Сюда раз. Сюда два. Собака сюда 3. Ну, конечно. Конечно. Давай гранатами. Минус 500 очков хода. Сон все. Конечно. 9 ходов до взрыва. Как... Допустим. Че, не могу второй раз нажать? 2. Обида. Ладно, давай тогда так. Ой, блин, я промахнулся. Промахнулся. Так, ну собака, естественно, ничего не может. Давай. Улучшимся. Да, вы издеваетесь. Бесконечное множество гранат. Дроны. Поехал раз. Родненький. Дроны. Поехал 2. Родненький. Так. Что у нас ты? Давай. 1, 2, 3. Сюда. Ну, хотя бы так. Сплошные пропуски. Так. Давай сюда гранату. Ой, какие ужасные гранаты. Почему они не кидают такие гранаты, которые нифига не попадают? Почему их гранаты всегда попадают? Где справедливость? Нету. Это еще и укусить не может. Так, хорошо. Ты достаешь за этот ход. Красиво. Нет, мой дрон. Да вы издеваетесь. Что так жестко? Ох, пахнет рестартом миссии. Ох, пахнет. Активирую этого. Что он за 2 хода-то сделает? Подъедет и промахнется, да? Еще надо туда пробраться каким-то чудом. Воскрешалок-то больше нету. Что делать? Что делать? И на ту сторону пробраться. Это надо даже вот такой крюк делать. Ну это вообще жесть. Я себе что-то не представляю, как мне надо за 6 ходов отключить все это. Что за бред? Какой наркоман это придумал? Ну, 2 еще согласен, но и то у меня вся команда отъезжает с такими подходами. Что за приколы такие? Так, ну спрячься хотя бы. Потом воскресишь. Этих бесконечные гранаты. Абсолютно бесконечно. Куда? Ну вот куда? Я ж физически невозможно за это количество ходов дойти. Ну типа дойти и сдохнуть можно. Как можно пройти 2 лагеря всей командой, дойти сюда и отключить эту херовину? Ну, по-моему, миссия невыполнима. Протокол Фантом. Фантом геймдизайнера, который здесь был вместо геймдизайнера. Издеваются или что? Так, ну, допустим, давай этого поднимать. Сейчас сдохнет. Все, я ничего не могу сделать. Типа, как это должно проходиться за 10 ходов 3 бомбы? Вы что, прикалываетесь, что ли? Какой наркоман это делал? Так, снайпер 81, давай 81, снайпер 1, снайпер 2. Поднимем немного оставочки, чтобы уже наверняка. Так, дружище, ты там как? Пока печально, да? Ну, допустим. 4 хода, но это ж физически не хватит этих самых. Если там хоть один враг есть... Там их 4. Как я должен с ними бороться? Объясните мне, что за приколы? Типа бежать на пофиг? Так у меня уже воскрешалок нету, чтоб так бегать. Так, ну хорошо, подойдем. Лучшим прицелом. Пойдем дальше. Кабане. Просто unbelievable. Unbelievable. Три хода. 3 хода. Как это сделать за 3 хода? Кто мне объяснит? Просто нахер минус дрон. Да ну серьезно, ну 2 хода. Что мне делать? Еще по максимуму разделил свои усилия, но это ж нереально. Кем надо быть? Так, ну давай ворвемся с собакой. Собака огнедышащая. Ладно, в теории я могу здесь спрятаться. 2 хода, да? Охренеть. Впервые за пол игры он промазал гранатой. А, ну нет, исправился. Понял. Ну, я типа хз. Конечно, Глория может воскрешать и все такое, но что-то я боюсь. Будет бабах. Чего? А что произошло? Это типа по расстоянию? Те, кто находились ближе всего или как? Так, окей. Окей. А где собака в этот раз? Чё это нахрен за сохранение такое без собаки? Так, сюда ее. Неплохо. Родной, живи. Просто живи. Отлично. Так, теперь ты. Ну, допустим, если все пойдут в эту сторону и стрелять будут издалека, может сработать. Мне кажется, я все равно не успею. За 8 ходов это надо быть каким-то извращенцем, чтобы все это выполнить. Так, вперед. На всякий случай сохранюсь. Save game, save. Поехали. Куда собака делась, тоже непонятно. Чувствую небольшое кидалово в этом вопросе. Мне лучше, наверное, подойти еще на ход. Может, хоть небольшой шанс появится. Но нет. Пошли, блин, топовые гранаты. Так, 76. Поехали. Еще разок. И еще разок. Окей, обезвредить. И текать отсюда. Драться смысла нету. Что за профессиональные атаки начались? Так, ну ладно. Тут-то мы убегаем. За 4 хода надо что-то сделать. Как сделать? Непонятно. По идее, бежать надо Дитрихом. Потому что даже если он погибнет, его хотя бы Глория сможет воскресить. Если она его воскресит, то, как говорится, хилимся живем. Так, а эта херовина не хочет своих атаковать, а? Так, ладно, ва-банк. Отключаем. Главную задачу выполнил. Теперь ты 45-37, давай 45. Перезарядка. Включай этого дрона. 36, 58, 63. Бесполезно. А этого сейчас там запинают толпой. Тут спору нет. Но еще даже лишний ход продержится. Как вылазить из той жопы, непонятно. Кто суммонер? Мерсенари, конджурер, маг. Вот этот, наверное. Хорошо. Да в смысле ты промазал? В упор. В упор атаковал. Как? Как там можно было промазать? Как здесь можно было промазать? Даже по анимации видно, что попал. Что за разводилова игра? Сплошное казино. Сплошное казино. Ух, это было потненько. Это было потненько. Так, где ты там? Вернешься в Кройс-базар? You emerge from the fullness of the sewers only to be met with the equally dark stench of cordite and death. Although you've saved the keys, it is far from unharmed. Residents wander the streets dazed, holding their wounds, tending to others, observing the damage. The look in their eyes tells the story. Their illusion of safety has been shattered. You enter Paul Amsel's trade emporium, already knowing that you'll find there. The knowledge that doesn't make the discovery any easier. Да, заходишь, и там труп Пола. Once again, the team gathers around Paul Amsel, but tonight he has no more missions to offer and no advice to give. His body lies motionless on the hardwood, господи, cooling in the night air. The ruin of his face has been hidden under the burlap tarp. For several minutes nobody speaks. Finally, Dietrich steps forward. I think we should say something about Paul. I'll go. Paul Amsel was an important member of this team, and he supported us well. He said what he was going to do, and he did it. That's rare. That's worthy of respect. Thank you, Paul Amsel, for everything. I was out of position when they came for you. Couldn't save you. I'm sorry. I appreciate what Amsel did for us. It's another loss. One that this team can't afford. Glory's eyes sweep across the group, then land on Amsel's body. Her expression is impossible to read. After a moment, she turns her head to look at you. Так, окей, что мы тут выбираем? Losing people is hard, no denying it. Paul was a good one and will be missed. Yeah, he was. Goodbye, Paul. Gott sei mit dir. Gingerly Bleed steps forward. His hair is mussed and there's a fresh bullet hole in his jacket. He smells like smoke and blood and stale sweets, and his hands tremble as he takes them out of his pockets. Well, I didn't know Paul as well as the rest of you, but he seemed like a good guy. I didn't want to see this happen at any rate. You okay, Blitz? Looks like you and Mali saw some action back here. Yeah, I live. As if in turn, Dante lowers his head sadly, lets out a heavy sigh and closes his eyes. We'll miss you, Paul. Don't worry about the body. I know what to do. Be respectful, but be quick. After all, it's only a shell. Paul is with Monica now. We're all gonna be with Monica soon if we don't do something. The Firewind came after us once, she'll do it again. This is about more than just us. Everyone's in danger. The whole damn F-state. Aren't you being a little dramatic? I don't think that he is. A girl laugh. I really don't. Come on everyone, let's get a look at that optical chip. I wanna see what we are dealing with. Погнали к компьютеру. Так, прочитать содержимое. A half second later, a real-time simulation of Alice appears, seated behind her mahogany desk. Something about it reminds you of a figure from a wax museum, lifelike, but dead inside. It greets you with a face smile of Alice's joyless smile. Customer name Kristen, account number 1012579. Greetings, valued customer. I am an off-light simulacrum of the Alice persona. I have been included on this ship to answer any questions that you might have about your information purchase. Nifty piece of tech. Not now, Blitz. If you are ready to proceed, I will present Alice's findings. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. Is that the only thing you'll respond to, or can I talk to you like a normal person? You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. Okay. That answers that. We are ready. Let's get this show on the road. Very well. Commencing presentation. The simulacrum goes rigid for a moment, then seems to relax. When it speaks, it sounds more natural, as though the real Alice is speaking through it. Alright, Kristen. I've got news for you. I've got good news for you, and I've got bad news. Let's start with the good news. I found Vauclair, and he is alive. Thank God. The trail of your missing doctor was a lone and slippery one. The fee that you paid me barely covered my cost for the job. I sent the team into the SOX on a fact-finding mission. I bribed government officials. I greased the palms of wage slaves at megacorps all across Europe. Each step I took eliminated possibilities, drew me a little bit closer, and finally I found the place where Vauclair is being held. The simulacrum makes a sweeping gesture with its right hand, and an image switchblades onto the screen, a grainy, overhead photograph annotated with map coordinates. You recognize it immediately. This is where you'll find them. He is being held captive in a remote estate called the Harfeld Manor. You've got to be kidding me. He was there the whole time? Glory says nothing. She just studied photograph and notes. Okay, nobody tell me, I get it. This is something else that I missed. Alice, I have a question. Hitches again, you have a question, alright, please make your inquiry now. You said that Vauclair is being held at the estate. What evidence did you turn up to support that? One of my assets at Transys Neuronet provided me with a video feed dated 2053 10th of October. The feed was taken by a corporate surveillance drone, playback commencing. The screen is filled with a grainy black and white video feed. You recognize the hazard Harfeld Manor photographed from high above. The camera pushes in and the image sharpens. Through a bird's ground-level window, you see the shape of a stooped, emaciated figure. His body shows clear signs of neglect. The figure is unmistakable. It's Vauclair, 20 years older and worse for wear. His skin hangs loose on his bones, and his cheeks are hollow. There is a distinctly grey pallor to his skin. That's Vauclair, alright. That's what's left of him, anyway. It doesn't look like they've been feeding him much, poor bastard. Another figure steps into frame behind Vauclair. An orc. He turns his head slightly and his skin gafts catch the light. Vauclair slowly turns to face Audren and the video feed cuts out. Do you have another question? What else did you turn up about the Harfeld Manor? Seismological data and thermal imaging confirms the existence of a large hollow chamber under the estate. It is my suspicion that Dr. Vauclair is being held somewhere within the substructure. If Verschwinges kept Vauclair trapped here for almost 20 years, she's gotta have a reason for it. It takes effort and resources to lock a man away for that amount of time. So what's her endgame in all of this? Why not just kill him and be done with it? Malice? Revenge? Who knows? Revenge. Remember, this was the man who shot her down. He sent her crashing into a radioactive wasteland. If somebody did that to me, I'd want to hurt him too. And I'd make it last. I think it goes deeper than that. According to Winter's DVD, Vauclair designed the experimental weapon that shot her down, and that weapon split her body from her essence. If I had to guess, I'd say that she's trying to make him fix whatever he did to her. That's what makes sense to me. There is a moment of silence, and as the group processes Glory's suggestion, before anyone can speak, the simulacrum cuts back in. Do you have another question? No more questions? Let's get on to bad news. Very well. Feel free to interrupt again with any future inquiries. If Vauclair's at Herfeld's, we've got problems. The last time we broke into that place, they took Monica out. It was a miracle that any of you get out alive. Yeah, but now we know what's down there. This time we'll be prepared for it. We can handle this. No. It will be even worse this time. The first time we went in, we had the elements of surprise on our side, but now they're expecting us. They're hunting us, remember? Their security team is going to be waiting for us, Dietrich. That Odron bastard is going to be waiting for us, and even if we make it past them, we're going to have to deal with the dragon in the basement. Well, what else can we do? Cut and run? The last time I checked, that wasn't an option either. Even if it were, I wouldn't take it. I'm not running from this, not after what they did here tonight. Okay. None of us are Glory, but Ager's right. We can't just charge in there again. Not without some kind of edge. The simulacrum jerks back to life. It resumes speaking, blissfully unaware of the conversation that's cutting off. And now, Clifton, on to the bad news. You now know where Vauclair is, but rescuing him will not be possible. Alice, I have a question. Why the hell not? In the course of my investigation, I encountered something terrifying in the Matrix. It was fast, cunning, and very definitely intelligent. I'm convinced that I only escaped because it let me go. It could have killed me in a heartbeat if it wanted to. This thing that I met is protecting the Harfeld Manor, and it's going after anyone who gets too close to what's happening there. Alice, what did you see in there? What is going after these people? By way of exploration, I would like you to read the following document. The simulacrum makes another sweeping gesture, and the menu slides back onto the screen. This time it is filled with text. What you're looking at is an archived forum discussion from the early days of the Shadowrun BBS. Blitz stares at the text on the screen. It is kidding, Chief. The discussion is dated back to 2036. That's ancient history in the decking community. It probably isn't even correct to call these guys deckers. Hackers would be the most appropriate term. When you're finished reading it over, say, Alice, I'm done, and we can continue. Okay, let's read it. As you lean it to read, the deck slowly begins to scroll up from the bottom of the screen. You all hear about SK team that got crisped a few hours ago. A whole lab's worth of researchers, all burnt and broken beyond recognition. Ugly stuff. At this point, who hasn't? Power spike gets them right through their data jacks like a bolt of light into the brain. A 1 in a million accident is what they're saying. And you believe that? Got a more plausible explanation? Yeah, actually, it was a cleanup operation. Color me intrigued. What were they cleaning up? A secret project that Lothar didn't want anything to do with. You might have heard rumors about it. The project name was Apex. And you've lost me. Apex? Clockwork? Seriously? That old dined-up dreck? I'm telling you, jokers, Apex is real, or at least it was, until the Whizworm pulled the plug. Come on, Clockwork. We're still decades away from seeing a fully functional AI, you know that. Those Apex stories they've been floating around, they're just some conspiracy nuts wet dream. Fine. Keep your heads in the sand, some of us know the truth when we read it. Okay, Clock, I'll humor you. But riddle me this, if Lothar had an armed and operational AI in his claws, why kill it? You remember what happened to most of Echo Mirish? The crash virus killed them, fired their brains, but I don't see what that has to do with anything. With the commercial release of CTD 1000, some security items are working on counter-intrusion software that could do the same thing. Black IC. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Wow, scary stuff, man. Well, the goal of the Apex project was even scarier. IC waits for you to come to it. Apex wouldn't be bound by those restrictions. It could go out hunting, hit its targets when they least expect it. That's why they called it Apex. It was designed to be the apex predator of the digital worlds. And so, rather than using it to his advantage, Lothar decided to kill it in the cradle? The Whizworm no fool. Some things are too dangerous to play around with. How would you put that genie back into the bottle if it ever slipped out of your control? Answer, you couldn't. And then it would take over the world. Okay, this threat has officially gone off the rails. I'm closing it down to the good of mankind. Okay. Alice, I'm done. The simulacrum jerks back to life, then settles into neutral pose. There are no official records in the Cider Group database to support the existence of the Apex project, but the thing that I encountered was Apex. Of that I'm certain. Just as I'm certain that Apex was responsible for the deaths of Monica Schaeffer, Green Winters, Clockwork Pilgrim, and a score of other deckers over the last 16 years. Hold up, Alice, I have a question. I thought they said that Lothar killed Apex. They speculated as much, yes. They were wrong on that account. I do believe that Cider Group was developing Apex as a tool for Matrix warfare. I am also convinced that IT personnel who were killed were the Apex development team, but I don't think that Lothar was responsible for their deaths. Apex killed them. That'd be my guess, yes. In my terminus surrounding Lothar buyout of Cider Group, a number of projects went missing. I believe that Apex was appropriated by a member of Feuerschwinger's organization at this point. It was then unleashed on its own development team to silence them. Since then, it has provided information control for the Firewing. A pet AI would explain how Feuerschwinger has managed to maintain her conspiracy and avoid detection for the past 2 decades. Anytime anyone gets close, the AI takes them out and scrubs the records clean. So there's your bad news, Clifton. Vauclair is being held at the Harfeld Manor, but knowing that does you no good, because you can't approach the place. I doubt that you could open the door without Apex frying you. We did last time. They were trying to protect their secrets, like Audrin said. If we hadn't gone down into the basement, they'd let us go. Apex didn't react to us until Monica attempted to force the door to the basement. And now that the cat's out of the bag, they have no reason not to pull out the big guns on sight. You're right, we can't go back while Apex is in place. The room falls into silence. Finally, Ager turns to you. What's the play, Cliston? We can turn back now. If Apex is standing between us and Vauclair, then we need to find a way to kill Apex. Fucking a boss, I mean. Did you hear that, Alice? Do you have any suggestions? The simulacrum hitches again. The post reaches. Finally it comes back to life. The AI has a kill switch, but Alice deemed any additional contact with Apex to be an unjustifiable risk. Attempting to reach the kill switch would be inadvisable. Ну, логично. See me the warnings, I'm going to kill this thing, I owe Monica that much. You and me are both. Alice, tell us about the Apex's kill switch. Thanks to my close encounters with the AI, I was able to run a trace on it. Through this trace, I discovered the physical address of backdoor access point to Apex's programming. An outsider group research lab, long since abandoned and fallen into despair. The facility now hotly contested gang territory. I have also determined that a kill switch for the AI exists somewhere in the basement of the facility. I will provide you with a physical address. I don't like the smell of this, Chief. I said that Apex let Alice escape. Alice, why would a Matrix warfare allow you to run a trace on it? I'm afraid that the answer to that question falls outside of my scope of my written parameters. Очень жаль. You have now reached the end of the presentation. I have been encoded with the final message from Alice to Kristen. Playback commencing. Kristen, if you didn't listen to me before, listen to me now. Drop this. Stop doing after Vauclair. Stop going after Vauclair. Get out of Berlin and stay out of the Matrix. I'm telling you this for your own good. That's all I have to say. I'm following my own advice. I'm out. Don't try to contact me again. Ну такое. So the dragon has a killer AI in charge of security. I can't say I'm surprised, but then nothing surprises me anymore. We know what killed Monica, we have a name of it, and we know how to kill it. That's good enough for me. We know what we have to do. We can either stand around talking about it, or we can go do it. Agreed. We shut down Apex, then we re-enter the estate and rescue Vauclair. He's the key to the whole thing. Sounds like a plan, boss. I still say that all of this is crazy talk, Chief. Taking on an AI isn't just a bad idea, it's a suicide. So my vote is to cut and run. But if you're really doing this, you'll want the best decker you can find along for the ride, and I guess that nominates me. Ooh. Alice said that the kill switch is located in some old SK facility. Assuming that the site was shut down somewhere after Apex project disappeared, it could stood empty for years, maybe decades. She also said that the building was in gang territory now. I wonder if it will be anything like Das Kastelhaus was. God, I hope not. There's only one way to find out. Let's get prepped. This thing isn't going to kill itself. And don't forget, boss, we're taking taking on an AI there. I'd recommend bringing the best cyber deck that you can afford. Something tells me that we're gonna need all the firepower that we can get. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Whatever's there, we'll deal with it. First, we find our way into the basement. And then we kill the AI that killed Monica. Damn right. The team breaks to begin gearing up. As she slides shell into her shotgun, Aegir catches your eye. You did good out there, defending the Cross Bazaar. You've had our backs the entire way. Made good decisions. I appreciate that. Now you need to forgive yourself. You weren't out of position, Aegir, and you know it. Thanks, can do it, but thanks. Come on, you two. We've got a job to get ready for. Так, ну чё, получается, надо сходить на рынок, посмотреть, что есть, и направляться на Apex Facility. Но это уже в другой раз. Я чувствую, осталось, по идее, где-то 2-3 миссии, то есть накрыть Аишку и вернуться в поместье. Там, скорее всего, спасти Воклера, и, возможно, будет еще одна какая-то финальная миссия, где надо будет дать люлей дракону. Вот, не знаю, насколько это затянется по времени. Может быть, 2. Может быть, где-то на 2 стрима, на 2 серии. Так, ну а пока что. Пока спасибо всем за внимание. На этом эту серию я буду заканчивать. И, как говорится, до встречи в следующих сериях.